السلام عليكم.
ليه تجيبوا الكلام نفسيكم؟ ليه تجيبوا الكلام نفسيكم؟
جاي من الوادي ويقيم عشان
تعال اجري.
كفاية مصور لي.
وهذا كلام خيال.
راح قدام.
طيب تعاون قلبي معك.
خلاص مش غير بدلقم كيف
كاميرا الأسماء المشاركة في هذا الشغل. طيب خلي بسأل كلكم مشاركات ومداخلة
Hello everyone and welcome along to the opening day of the season here in Riyadh. 12 races to look forward to over the coming hours, and the first race is an Arabian horses maiden for the colts and geldings. Late scratching here, horse number 6, Bandar Al Razara, does not go. So that now leaves us with a field of 14 who are gathered down at the start. And it's an interesting opening contest. We can have a little look at the international betting market, see what clues that is giving us here. Ayman Wazit at 6-4, with Saklawi Sultan at 9-4. Al Nadawi at 4-1, Jcsa at 6-1, Hashim Al Debian at 11-1, 16-1 Blake, and it is 18-1 and upwards at the others. They'll be racing over 1,200 metres here, the 6 furlong trip. And runners are down at the start, and the horse who comes here with perhaps the most compelling claims is Ayman Wazit, with Nawaf Al-Mudiani taking the ride. This is the race favourite, has an official rating of 77, and was actually in front of Al Nadawi when they met at Taif back last month. And if they go head-to-head again today, I think it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top. But there are definitely others with claims here. The 2 horse, which is Al Nadawi. As we say, this one wasn't beaten far in that 1600 metre contest at Taif last time. Drops in trip today, which might just bring about a little bit of further progress. Khalid Al Mamoni has been booked for the ride, as the runners are circling down at the start. They'll be heading behind the stalls very shortly for this opening race. The Arabian horses maiden. Lots of maiden and young horse races on the card here today, as the quality will lift as we make our progress throughout the week here in Riyadh. But nice to be back at the principal venue, and they're at the post for this first race of the day. Another who has chances here, well, the 10 horse looks interesting on paper. This is Jcsa, who's unraced, but a nicely bred individual by Nasser Al-Khaledi out of a French-bred mare, and on breeding could well be one who goes quite close here. Glorious sunny afternoon, as you can see, and it won't be too much longer before the runners for this first race are heading into the starting stalls. So Ayman Wazit at 6-4 market leader, as we see the 11 Mr. De Faust go through shot. This one has had a couple of runs so far, hasn't yet managed to trouble the judge. We've got a few newcomers in the lineup, and some who have already been competitive in their short careers so far. So they are continuing to circle as we are around about a minute or so from the scheduled off time for this opening race of the day. Motased just going through shot. Rakan Al Obeid taking the ride. There in shot is number 14. That's close kin with Alexis Marino booked for the ride. And this one has had 2 runs so far, but as I say, has been down the field on each occasion. So very shortly the loading up process will be getting underway. And as we were saying, 1,200 metres the distance in front of the field here for this opening race on the Riyadh card. A race for purebred Arabians, 3-year-olds, and 20,000 Saudi Riyals on offer to the winner here. So the runners now beginning to load the stalls for our first race of the day. Hashim Al Debian about to head forward. Out of line as well is Al Nadawi, who's one of the more fancied contenders. He's had the 4 starts so far, Al Nadawi, making him one of the most experienced in the race. Well through loading now. Asaf about to head forward along with Al Nadawi. And we are nearly set for a start here for this opening race of 12. Last couple heading forward now. Saklawi Sultan has slotted into line. In goes Al Nadawi. Ayman Wasit as well, stall 3 for that one. And just Al Nabaj now to head out of, or head forward with Nawaf Al Fairuz on board. This one blindfolded for stalls entry. And is on debut today, so has got a little bit warm down at the start. That inexperience just telling somewhat here. On a barge number 1 and about to head into stall 1 to complete the lineup for this opening contest. And we are now just about set to go. They're lined up for this Arabian Horses Colts and Geldings maiden. And that's it, they're away. Al Nabaj was a little bit hesitant into stride, but breaking out well. Saklawi Sultan over to the inside will show up with Al Nadawi prominent as well through the early stages. Ayman Waset is tracking those over along the inside, with Jcsa out a little bit wider. Deeper still, Amiro Al Khaladir, as they now make the left-handed turn out of the back straight. Working a little wider out. Oh, we've got a faller there. We've got trouble on the turn as they make the journey back towards the entrance to the straight. I think Amiro Al Khaladir may well have come down there. There may well have been one other as well. But they're now racing back towards the final 600 metres of the journey. And Barbrazan now up towards the outside in the red noseband has come through to just about poke the nose in front as they make the journey on in from Saklawi Sultan over to the inside, who's trying hard to battle as they make the journey on down the home straight. Blake towards the outside is racing in third and is also trying to get competitive as they approach the final furlong of the journey. Saklawi Sultan is battling on well over towards the inside. Down the outside is Blake, and between the pair and battling all the way Barbrazan as Blake now hits the front under Muhammad Al Nassar well inside the final furlong, and it is Blake beginning to move away. Asaf is flying home down the wide outside, but Blake is home in front in the first, beating Barbrazan, Saklawi Sultan, and Asaf continued some really fine headway down the outside. It was a dramatic opening contest. It's gone the way of Blake, Muhammad Al Nassar in the saddle, and this one has forged clear inside the final 100 metres, getting the better of Barbrazan and also Saklawi Sultan, who were engaged in that terrific three-way tussle up the home straight. And probably best of the rest in fourth was the staying on Asaf down the outside. But Blake, home in front in our first race of the day, breaks his duck at the second time of asking.
مبروك.
تستاهل يا حبيبي.
يلا اطلع من الصراط.
الله يجعل بداية خير لي وللجميع. كل مالك مدرب خيال. اللهم لك الحمد لك الشكر، هذا توفيق الله من دعوات الوالدة، يا ربي لك الحمد.
احمد خل عزوز يجي. خلوا يجي.
الحمد لله زي ما قال المدرب.
احمد خلوا يجي.
كان شوي بطيء، خليه يمشي قريب عشان إذا جوك ما مشى ولا قريب.
خلوا يجي.
من هنا الله يبارك فيك. برا خش من هنا. شكرا يا حبيبي.
الف مبروك يا مهند.
تستاهل يا حبيبي تستاهل.
عشت
كذا حنشوف.
مبروك بارك بروحك.
اللي طاحوا طيبين عبود.
من هم اللي طاحوا؟
الله ما يستحق.
مبروكين. بارك بروحك. تعالوا هناك يا شباب. تعالوا من هنا. خليكم من هنا. خلوا
خلي حسام على جنب. خلي حسام على جنب.
كويسه. ايوه صف واحد صف عشان تركي عندي اعطوني وجهك. يلا
مبروكين.
بارك بروحك.
اوكي مهند. مبروك مهند.
مبروك مهند.
هلا يا بعد راسي انت الحمد لله.
اعطنا علومه الحين.
شاء الله تسويها.
Runners now making their way down to post for the second race on today's card. Off to the start there is horse number 5, Nijla, the mount of Mohammed Al-Qahtani. Distance this time for what is an Arabian Fillies maiden. 1,200 metres, and again they'll be racing on the dirt surface here, a race for purebred Arabian horses. And the non-runner here, number 2, As-Saib, doesn't go, leaves us with a field of 9. And they're steadily making their way on down. In shot there is the 10-horse Shamouk Al-Baha, heading on down together with Arm Candy, horse number 8, with Nawaf Al-Mudiani taking the ride. Bring you up together with the international betting market. Shamouk Al-Baha is the 11-8 favourite. Amrar Gouda at 100-30. Manal Amuntakaba at 9-2. Afia Al-Gharafa 6-1. Nadirat Al-Hada at 17-2. Arm Candy at 11-1. Fawz Al-Zamilia at 16-1, with Nijla at 25s, along with Shamt Hafbar. They are the outsiders. The runners steadily making their way down to the start here. And as we were saying, the well-fancied contenders here. Well, Shamouk Al-Baha is in shot, heading on down. Horse number 10. She's already had the one run, and it was highly commendable as well. Finished in third place on that occasion, showing plenty of speed. That run came back in March, and she wouldn't have to come on too much from that initial outing in order to win this. There in shot is the 3, that's Afia Al-Gharafa. Muhammad Al-Nassar taking the ride, won our first race of the day, and looks to be an interesting contender here. And Nadirat Al Harda going through shot as well. Horse at number 7. So the runners are very shortly going to be heading behind the starting stalls for this second race on the card today. Second in the international betting market here is Amra Gouda, who's currently in at 7-2. Amra Gouda, horse number 1. They are loading up here. And this one pretty nicely bred, and representing a set of connections who do well with horses in this type of race, so one who definitely has claims. So the field going behind here. Out of line still is Arm Candy. Now Afal Mudiani on board this one. And I think will be the last one to slot into line for this Arabian Fillies maiden. Best of luck here. Arm Candy heading in. And we're ready, and they're off and racing. Jumping away, a little bit of a ragged start, and certainly losing out Nadirat Al Harda. That one is a long way back in last position. Settling themselves down, Afia Al Ghurafa, the white headgear, is showing up prominently. Together with up around the outside, Shamul Al Baha, the favourite, is poised, and they're racing about a length and a half ahead on the home turn of Nijla, who's up towards the outside, and then Fawza Al Zamilia over towards the inner, with Manal Al Muntakaba racing next, and then around the outside is Arm Candy, and the others all with plenty to do, headed off by Amra Gouda. They're making the journey back towards the straight, and as they do so, up ahead it is along the inside, showing narrowly ahead here, Afia Al Ghurafa, and up towards the outside, Shamuk Al Baha. They are together. Shamuk Al Baha just nosing to the front here with a little over a furlong to travel, and it is Shamuk Al Baha going on from Afia Al Ghurafa back in second position, with staying on quite well down the wide outside. Arm Candy could still have a say here as Shamuk Al Baha goes on as they race inside the concluding stages. And as they do so, Amra Gouda's taking off in the white jacket, and Amra Gouda now has come through to lead from Arm Candy in a race which changed considerably in the latter stages. And Amra Gouda, in the end, has come through to land the odds. Amra Gouda then, in the hands of Abdullah Al Credis, has stayed on strongest of all to win the second race on the card. Looked to be going nowhere until that final furlong, but then kicked in the turbos and gets the better of Arm Candy down the outside, and staying on Manal Al Muntakaba back in behind them to grab the third spot. A race of rapidly changing fortunes there inside the final furlong. The two up ahead who are doing battle faded, and it produced a thrilling contest for which Amra Gouda proved successful.
الله يبارك فيك. الله يبارك فيكم جميعا. الله يبارك فيك. الله يبارك. الله يبارك فيك. مبروكين. كلك قدام الجواد. بديت الجواد. هنا يا شباب هنا عمودي كلهم عنده. ما ادري والله. يقول انا بس. يروح.
شوية يا اخوان. اوكي عبد الله. شكرا. عبد الله. عبد العزيز انا من طاعة.
ها؟ لا. روح عبد الله.
الشاشة.
شوف الشاشة.
طالع.
الحين ولا إذا دخل التسع؟ بس في زبالة. خلاص يعني ما تقدر. هلا بالشيخ يلا حيا. أنت طيب أنت هو كان مو كويتك موجين
Ni game 4 apa benda ni nak wifi game 3 fikir
all the day it's good. ليش الحين تطلع بس
sama apa nak
اللي بروح انا عن
Kepol apa dia? Ganti. Oh, betul lagi.
Runners now down at the post for our third race of the day, the locally bred fillies maiden. 1200 metres again is the journey in front of the runners. And it's a 2-year-old race. Stalls about to be drawn together here. And a reminder that numbers 19, 20, 21 and 22 are absent here. Alf Boob is the non-runner, so we have a field of 18. And on the international betting market, Muktashifa is the favourite and is in shot there, actually. Horse number 11, a little bit on her toes. Camilla Ospina taking the ride. 11-8, Jalilat Al-Zaman at 3-1, with Tatohat Najid at 4s, Hafal at 5-1, Salat Suyov at 9s, 16-1 and upwards the other runners. There in shot is Asfarat, while Anwarat, Ahmed Al-Tayar taking the ride. This one of many newcomers in the field, but arguably the most taking of those newcomers is the White Stable's Muktashifa. Well bred, and I think this trip as well likely to really assist. But a few appealing profiles. Interesting that Jalilat Al-Zaman, who's second favourite, this is one who's actually raced a couple of times, was 5th on at debut and then 7th last time out. A couple of runs over 1400 metres at Taif during the summer for Jalilat Al-Zaman. Back into maiden company today and likely to run her race. There's the 4, Denise going through shot, Muhammad Al-Hubayl taking the ride on that one. And in shot here, Kabaya with Muhammad Aldaham. That one looking nice and calm on debut down at the start, Kabaya. 3 horses, Blue Wing, who's one of the greys. That one followed round by Jalilat Al-Zaman, who looked well beforehand. And here coming through shot now the 7, Hey Amir. Abdulaziz Al Musa taking the ride on this one. So they are circling down at the start, and shortly enough they will be heading behind the stalls for this third race, one of our bigger fields of the day. There they are down at the 1200 metre starting area. 3-horse Blue Wing looking very calm and relaxed down at the start. Another who's on debut here today. Talking of those who have had runs, but it's only Jalilat Al-Zaman. Salat Suyov has had 4 runs. I think that puts her as the most experienced in the race. And also Shewa and Tatohat Najid, they're the only ones who have got some previous racecourse know-how. Just dismounted down at the start, Muktashifa. Camilla Ospina has just got off for a moment or so. So we are slightly delayed here for this latest offering over in Riyadh today. And the 11, Muktashifa, who is the race favourite here, this is the one that has been dismounted. Now the others are beginning to go behind the stalls, so hopefully all will be okay with the short-priced favourite here. As I say, very appealing on paper. Maybe they're just going to try and load her up without the jockey. They are allowed to do that. But they are now loading up in earnest. Matakir, the big white face, Salman Al-Rashid taking the ride on this one. They continue to load the stalls here. Next forward will be Hayamir, red and white coloured jacket, and indeed they are loading up Muktashifa without the jockey. Final few heading in now. Matakir heading forward into 7. Salatsuyov heading into 6, and into 3 Trophy, the bottom horse here, and that will just leave one other out of line. To head forward now and complete the lineup for this locally bred at Fillies maiden. Set to go. Just about. Flags are up and they're away and racing, and Trophy got away pretty well with Muktashifa, who's right over towards the inside from that stall 1 and heads them off through the opening furlong, with not too far behind them up around the outside and lying up hand to lead Tadhohat Najid as well. Makes it a 3-way go for the early lead out of the back straight, with Jalilat Alzaman in the green colours following those. Then over to the inside is Salat Suyov, who races just ahead of Denise as they're coming around the home turn and on towards halfway. A narrow lead held by Muktashifa and Camilo Ospina, the green cap, over to the inside, with Jalilat Alzaman right around the outer. Tatohat Najid is now pushed along in between them with Trophy as they're making the journey back on into the home straight. Denise is staying on quite strongly on the wide outside as they're racing down the home straight. Muktashifa has a 1-length lead here, but it's a hard-fought lead, with now challenging strongly and coming through Salat Suoff to throw down a big challenge here as they race into the closing stages. Denise on the outside is also running home well, and it is now Salat Suyov who's taken the measure of Muktashifa, with the danger being Denise down the outside, but Salat Suyov is out in front, and Salat Suyov, a double for Mohamed Al Nassar, beats Denise. Trophy rallied, got through to finish in 3rd, and they bunched up for the minors in behind those. Well, 3 races in Riyadh today, and Mohamed Al Nassar, who's ridden in a couple of them, has won both of them, and it's a double for him on board at Salat Suyov, who, as we alluded to beforehand, was the most experienced runner in the race and has seen it out strongly here. Has done it well to get off the mark at the 5th time of asking. And it is Salat Suyov coming home ahead. Denise has run a race full of promise on debut down the outside. Trophy has also run well on her racecourse introduction, sticking to the task, having briefly become a little bit outpaced. But home ahead, Salat Suyov has landed the 3rd race of the day.
مبروكين 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 تستاهلون. مبروك يا حبيبي الحمد لله.
دقيقة
يلا يا شيخ مبروك. واحدة خالد.
هنا ابو صالح
امسك يا شيخ.
عاد ابن الحتة.
امسك. الحمد لله. شكرا يا اخي.
Stewards will be checking number 5,
اوكي معنا.
which read over there.
هاي الباب مفتوح.
Runners now making their way to post for our fourth race of the day. This for locally bred horses who have won up to 2 races so far in their short careers, and we have a full field of 12 making their way on down to the 1200 metre starting point. We can tell you that on the international betting market, Anal is the favourite here at 9-4, with Abura at 3-1, Mayman at 130, Sameh Al-Kata at 9-2, Jamrat Arab at 5-1, Bint Kasura 18-1, Calm Hadar at 20-1 as they gather down at the start. Danat Alafras 20s as well, 25-1 Kasib Al Maidan, 33-1 Til Al Fard, with Makam Al Rashid and also Ramza Al Thakok both at 33-1 as well. Gathering down at the post then, Makam Al Rashid in the hands of Osama Al Shirani in shot. Shortly we'll be heading forward towards stall number 6. The 7-horse Anal looks to be a more compelling runner on paper. Anal with Muhammad Al Nassar chasing a treble in the first 4 races here today. Mayman just went through shot. This one, who's had 12 goes so far, looks pretty modest sort. They're down at the post now. Anal then the market leader. And Anal comes into this as one of the dual winners. He's won a couple of races. He's had 19 races overall. He did actually strike back here in November of 2022. Anal as a juvenile, so knows her way around here. But as I say, there are 1 or 2 in the race that could be open to a little bit more improvement. I thought the 6-horse here could be interesting. Sameh Al-Kata returning from a summer break. Form did dip a little bit back towards the end of last term, but has had a summer's break. Likely to be freshened up here. And it remains one of interest. And on the international betting market is a 9-2 chance, so maybe bookmakers not taking too many chances here. Thought did rate a bit of an each-way angle into the race, but 9-2 maybe slim enough. Here's the 1-horse Til Al Fard with Khalid Al Mamoni taking the ride. Has had 34 runs, another who's won a couple of times, but as I say, has had plenty of goes. And is in fact the most experienced runner in the field. One of the most exposed as well. There's the 5-horse Calm Hadar heading through shot, with Mukrin Al Tamimi taking the ride. There's the 7 Anal. Looks nice and relaxed down at the start, being followed round by Donat Alafras. And Jamrat Arab as well, with Mohammed Suleiman on board. There's Til Al Fard, followed around by Abura, with Rayan Al Tuesh taking the ride. He'll be no doubt having a busy few months here in Riyadh. Always one of the regular jockeys. There goes Mayman. Very shortly they'll be loading the stalls. Ramza Al Thakok, one of the big priced runners here in that white headgear and noseband, the mount of Hamza Saad, another who's got plenty of race experience, has had the 22 starts in the career so far, winning on just 1 occasion. So the loading up process as we near the official post time is about to get underway here. 1200 metres again at the journey ahead of the field. First couple have slotted in. Bint Kasura into stall 9 has gone forward, and into 5 goes Abura. Mayman heading in now to the stalls and slots in nicely. Ewing here. Makam Al Rashid about to head in. Till Al Fard is still out of line. So is Jamrat Arab. Don't want too many more out of sync here for this locally bred horses contest. For those who have won up to 2 races so far in their careers. Some of those careers shorter than others. Looks like the 9, Danot Alafras, is still out of line here. Rams Alpha Cock, another one to go forward. And Sameh Al Khater, as I say, I think has a fair squeak, but maybe priced accordingly. They just put one in the wrong stalls here, I think, here. Mayman, yeah. Stall 7, Mayman. Yeah, went into 4, is in the right stall now. Good job they realised just prior to the off. So down to the final couple now, Sameh Al Khater and Rams Alpha Cock out of line as well. Danat Alafras is actually the one who's due to head forward into stall number 4, and they will be the last 2. Just about set to go. Lined up. And they're off and racing. Jumping away, and one of the first to show to an advantage here. Well, Kaseb Al Maidan is racing handily, so too Sameh Al Khater as they settle themselves down. And up towards the outside, Bint Kasura is another showing brighter early speed with Mayman in between horses, and up around the outside Jamrat Arab with the favourite Anal in the orange colours chasing those. Working back then to Till Al Fard, who races on in front of Calm Hadha, and next in running as they gallop back towards the entrance to the home straight. Along the inside, Kaseb Al Maidan, who's now just lost a little bit of ground, and Danat Alafras moving on in front of that one. Anal, though, the grey up to the outside, cruising into contention, comes through to take a narrow lead as they head back towards the straight. Over towards the inside is Sameh Al Khater, who's battling a Mayman between them, but Anal, looking different gear at the moment, now asked to stretch and enters the final furlong pulling away. Anal has gone on by 2 lengths very quickly to Mayman and Sameh Al Khater as they race into the closing stages, and it is Anal who shows out in front here. Bint Kasura putting in some good late work. Anal getting a bit tired, but the line will come in time from Bint Kasura, who's home in 2nd place, and then Kaseb Al Maidan, who stayed on well towards the outside with running on also Till Al Fard. Anal has gone on to win. This is Muhammad Al Nassar's 3rd winner of the day, enjoying a fine afternoon and evening over at Riyadh, and it's a 3rd career win for Anal, who travelled up into the contest noticeably smoothly and has held on from the late rally of Bint Kasura, who's through for the 2nd, and they were a little way on from the others. Anal hanging on from Bint Kasura in 2nd place. And Kaseb Al Maidan, who was a bit outpaced at one point, ran on again together with Till Al Fard, and they filled out at 3rd and 4th. But a pretty tidy success here for Anal, had that tactical speed when it was required, and has managed to hold on and is now a 3 times winner in her career.
اوجه ها تراهم سبايك.
بودي
ما قال لي ابو خالد بس هده قد ما تقدر.
يلا
لها سنه ما الحمد لله جايبها بافضل حظوظ.
يسار يسار.
شكرا
مبروك مبروك.
شكرا يا احمد
مبروك.
محمد شكرا الحمد لله مبروك الحمد لله والله صرت اليوم.
دقيقة لف 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 واحد ثاني محمد.
والله ما اقدر بس يلا وين ابو خالد؟ يلا ابو خالد لف واحدة لف لف حبيبي حبيبي لف 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 الله يبارك
قدام الناس كلها.
ابشر ابشر. مبروك يا كرام.
هنا بابا.
يلا
دقيقة
اوكي يصير الرابعة
مهند مهند
ما ادري مهند.
سام
عبد العزيز.
Field now making their way on down to the start for the fifth race on today's card. And 22, and also number 6, Hey Falak, who was a late scratching. Barkal Muhammadia, horse number 2, is favourite on the international betting frontier at 15-8, with Thahina at 11-4, Hanefi at 130, with Kafaja at 13-2, Mahati at 8-1, Nakosh at 16-1, with Tajawib. Alama just in front of those now in the betting at 12-1, and it is 20-1 bar those. Barkal Muhammadia then, the market leader, and stayed on really quite strongly to finish second in a maiden over this track and trip in December of last year, and fairly nicely berthed here in stall number 6 as the Floodlights now come on over at Riyadh, and runners shortly will be going behind. There is Bark Al Muhammadi, a number 2 there, just going through shot, followed around by Hanefi in the famous Prince Faisal colours. Hanefi, horse number 5, who weakened fairly tamely back at Taif last time out, and it might just be that coming down in trip some 400 metres will help, because palpably didn't get home on that latest run. There's a Lamar going through shot, Osama Al-Sharani taking the ride, and just dismounted in the centre. Might well be the 16 horse here, Shonese, Tabal Timiat, now back on board. So the runners are at the post, and shortly will be going behind for this local bred horses maiden contest. All in all, there's not a great deal of race experience to count on here from the runners. A few on debut as well. Faka Al Hijaz, first run, so too Kafaja on debut. Al Zaidi as well, horse number 9, first start today, and Nakosh likewise, and also Shonese. They're all having their first racecourse outing here today, so a whole new learning curve for them. There's the 10 Bakhtar going through shot, Rakan Al Abaid taking the ride. Fahina slotting through as well. There's Salman Al Rashid taking the ride on Fahina, who has had just the 1 run so far. It wasn't devoid of promise, finishing 6th on that debut outing. So the runners are about to head behind, racing over 1,200 metres once again here. As I was saying, plenty of maiden and young horse races on this card today, and maybe 1 or 2 nice prospects emerging for the future. There's Shifa Al Garam with Abdullah Al Lorfi going through shot in the red with the black epaulets, and this individual has had the 3 runs so far, but has been down the field in each of them, and it might just be that going over a bit further in time may prove beneficial. Today's run likely to blow the cobwebs away. At the post then here at Riyadh, let's check the international betting market once again. Bark Al Muhammadia at 2-1 favourite, with Fahina at 3-1, Hanefi 7-2, Kafaja at 7-1, Mahati at 17-2 as the loading up process now commences. It is 12-1 Alama and 18-1 are those who we've mentioned. In goes the 3 Eclet, who looked well beforehand. Took in the preliminaries fairly well. Bark Al Muhammadia slotting forward now into stall number 6. Number 12 going in, that's Lamayat Fidar, drawn in stall 9. And looking to improve on those 3 runs so far, which haven't been all that inspiring, it must be said. Leith Al Makdaba heads forward under Fawaz Al Shamari. There aren't too many more, a handful of runners out of line now, including Mahati, and also Fahina is to head in as well. Drawn pretty well, that one in stall 4. And also out of line is Imfi Alia. Now, slight issue perhaps here with Leith Al Makdaba. Fawaz Al Shamari up on the infrastructure of the starting stalls. The 9 horse, Al Zaidi, waiting nice and patiently out the back. Fahina out the back as well. Now, Bark Al Muhammadia, favourite, taken out of the stalls here. Hopefully there's no problem. Loading up at Al Zaidi. So Al Zaidi going in. Al Zaidi into stall number 8. And back on board, Bark Al Muhammadia jockey Mohammed Al Hubail. going to slot forward into stall 6 and will complete the lineup. And we're just about set to go. 18 of them then in total, spread across the course. They're lined up. 6 furlongs the journey. And they're off, jumping out with Away Well. Well, Lamet Fidar is one of the early pace setters. Barkar Muhammadiyah. Fahina also broke well and is one of the front runners over towards the inside with Nakosh from stall 1. The yellow sleeves now heading them all off. Nakosh from Fahina as they race to the left-handed turn. Barkar Muhammadiyah is up around the outside and they're being followed by Hanefi, who's in the red-coloured jacket, and working wider still Jerat Baha in the green and yellow as they're making the run back towards the entrance to the home straight. And as they do so, it is a wave of 3 here. Nakosh is showing just ahead here on the home turn, but now Barkar Muhammadiyah certainly making its presence felt and moving on into a narrow lead, with Hanefi now throwing down a challenge on the outside, and Mahati was in the mix as well briefly. They've swung for home, back in behind. Side, working its way into a narrow lead from Bakar al-Muhammadiyah along the inner. The danger down the outer. Jerat Baha is still finishing off well. Jerat Baha beginning to get there down the outside of Hanefi as they come close home. Hanefi just doing enough to beat Jerat Baha, and they pulled clear of Bakar al-Muhammadiyah in third. Yeah, good finish, and it's gone to Hanefi under Alexis Marino, just hanging on here in the famous Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Aziz colours here. Hanefi from stall 13 has gone on to break his duck at the second time of asking and holds off the late flourish of Jerat Baha down the outside, and the two of them came nicely away in the end from Barkar Muhammadiyah back in third. The winner hanging on by half a length in the end and in a time of 1 minute 17.93 seconds. Barkar Muhammadiyah, no excuses really, looked to be fairly nicely positioned throughout, just got a little bit tired in the closing stages, and the leading 3 were nicely on from Bakhtar, who's come through to finish in fourth. But it's Hanefi coming home in front, successful at the second attempt with Alexis Marino on board.
امسك الثانية.
فيصل
خلاص حسام ممتاز. هذا أليكس. هذا أليكس كحلان.
أليكس مبروك
هذا حبيبي
سعيد. مبروك عزوز. الله يبارك فيك. تعال حق ترى هذا حيان ملعون جدا. سلمان وينكم بس؟ اوكي تمام مبروك. Thank you very much. سامع.
عندك تفضل جانب الرجال جانب الرجال
في بث الحين؟ في بث؟ أطل فيها.
We're now less than 5 minutes away from the next race on today's card, Filly's Maiden, to be run over the 1400 metre trip this time. Heading on down in shot there is Marwo, partnered by Naif Al-Nazi, but the market leader on the international betting front is Al Warrior, who's in at 7-4 with Nawaf Al-Mudiani taking the ride in the Prince Faisal colours, with at 130 Ala Jane and Mutahila, with Dareen at 11-2, Ginwar at 6-1, with Ray Boob at 12s, 25-1 and upwards the other runners. And they're about to gather down at the start here for this sixth race, the halfway marker of today's card. Interesting little maiden contest as well. Again, varying degrees of experience among the runners here. There's not a load to go on, in fairness. Ala Jane has had the one run so far, finished at 7th on that occasion. And Mutahila, horse number 10, is actually in shot. The most experienced runner in the race, has had the 3 starts so far and has run fairly respectably, in fairness, on each occasion. As I said, the favourite here is Al Warrior, horse number 4. And has a fairly nice pedigree representing leading connections. By 'Tis the Law, out of a 2-time winner, and is well berthed as well here in stall number 2, so could run quite well. Under the camera there, Ginwar, Abdulaziz Al Musa taking the ride. This one on debut today. As I say, the field made up mainly of debutants. There in shot is at the 10, that's Mutahila, who is that fairly experienced runner in the race. The runners now down at the start. Marwo looking nice and calm, followed round by Rebu with Salman Al Rashid on board. This is Al Hadia, the mount of Mohammed Al Hubail, number 2 on debut here today, daughter of Lucky Vega. And the 3 is Ala Jane, with Alexis Marino, who rode the previous race winner, on board. There's Al Galia heading through shot with Ali Al Mutib taking the ride. Just dismounted for a few seconds there was Huda Al Anaya, with Louis Morales about to, well, he has now got back on board. Huda Al Anaya, one of the slightly bigger priced runners here, and certainly on pedigree you can understand that. Wouldn't be the most attractively bred runner in this field, that's for sure. So we're counting down to our latest race here in Riyadh, just over a minute to post time. And in fairness, for a load of fillies who, the vast majority, having their first run on a racecourse, they're taking in the preliminaries nice and calmly, really well. They'll be slotting forward shortly. Al Warrior there in the red colours, in shot, the market leader here, and looks to hold very compelling claims as they continue to circle. The loading up process about to get underway for our latest offering from Riyadh today. Race 6, a Filly's Maiden, 1400 metres. The journey in front of the field this time. And the loading up very shortly will commence. Alexis Marino on board Ala Jane, who is currently in a second favourite on the international markets, 7-2. The only rider in this race who has already ridden a winner today. And Ala Jane, who has got some racecourse experience, finished at 7th on debut, but finished pretty tired. Had a tough old trip at Taif over today's trip of 1400 metres. That was back in August. But better drawn today, and it might just be that Alexis can get her into a nice position early here, which might just count for plenty. It's probably not the strongest of races. It's not going to take a superstar to win it. Ray Boob is about to head forward along with Al Hadir. They will be the next couple. And we're now well through loading, about halfway through loading for this 6th race on the card. Next forward will be Al Warrior. Now Afal Mudiani, along with Ginwar and Abdulaziz Al Musa. Mada in the blue coloured jacket about to head in along with Marwo, who will be the last one. 11 runners. We've only actually got one more really big field. And we've got installed 10, getting very worked up Dareen. Just receiving some assistance here in the stalls. Seems a little calmer now. But not ideal. Starter holds the field, but will wait as long as he needs to make sure everything is okay with the filly in stall number 10. All of the others are standing patiently and well. There's the jockey. Adel Al Faradi, could be a big couple of months for him. And Dareen has been backed out of the stalls. Her participation in the balance, perhaps. It's a little bit unruly in the starting stalls. Is Adel Al Faradi going to get back on board? Will they give her another chance here, Dareen? Just circling her round here. All the others are waiting, and waiting well. They're going to go without Dareen. Off and racing. They've jumped away. They go without horse number 5, Dareen, who was unruly in the starting stalls. And away well here, Ala Jane up towards the outside with Al Warrior. One from the right, prominent as well. Ginwar also in red and white colours, a little deeper out is prominent as they settle themselves down, and up the rails goes Huda Alanaya from stall 1 as they continue their work over in the back straight. Another who's lying up handily as they begin this left-handed turn is Algalia. So they're now making the run back towards the entrance to the straight, and as they do so, it is up at the head of affairs now. Ginwar just taking over narrowly. Algalia, the blue cap, and in the light blue jacket, Ala Jane on the outside. They are the first 3. They're a little way ahead of Al Warrior back in 4th as they swing for home and race on now to the final quarter of a mile. Favourite looks to be beating a hasty retreat, and it is Ala Jane, Alexis Marino on the outside, who now goes for home and heads Ginwar, who's trying hard to scrap back. They've pulled 5 lengths away from Algalia back in 3rd, and then Mutahila, who's running on a little bit in 4th, and then Marwo, but they're into the closing stages here, and Ala Jane is out in the lead by a length and a half to 2 now over Ginwar in 2nd place, and Ala Jane looks like getting off the mark at the 2nd time of asking here, providing jockey Alexis Marino with a double in the process, tying up a little bit here as Marwo flies home. Ala Jane gets to the post first from Marwo, who's home in 2nd place. Mutahila stayed on nicely as well, and they were on from Algalia. But Ala Jane, who was one of only 2 horses in the race who'd had a previous run, has won that and has won it pretty nicely as well. Was getting a bit tired in the closing stages, but ultimately too good for them. Running on well down the outside was Marwo, the winner, clocking a time of 1 minute 33.38 seconds and hanging on. They could probably even bring her back in trip. I don't think she wants any further than this, that's for sure. Marbo beaten by a couple of lengths in the end. And Mutahila, an eye-catching run as well, a further 3/4 of a length back in at third. But it's a double on the card for Alexis Marino, courtesy of this filly, Ala Jane, who's won for the first time at just the second attempt.
ليه ما تصور؟ ها؟ ما اسمعك.
يدري العلي ممنوع.
درب لوطي.
ايش رايك تيجي من اليسار يا علي؟ بلف.
بديت.
امشي رجال.
اجيب خليل اسحاق خليها. اوكي عبد العزيز كيف الحال؟ شلون تبون؟
Runners now gathering down at the start for race 7. This is a fillies contest, a locally bred fillies contest, who have won 0 to 2 races so far in their careers. They're heading on down is Raid Al Tabasha with Fawaz Al Shamari taking the ride. This one drawn pretty wide though in stall number 11, and might just find life difficult from there. The betting is headed here by Abea, who's in at 6 to 5 on the international markets. 130 Mumtera, who might well prove best of the red stable runners. Bleak at 9 to 2, Shea at 8 to 1, with Fayal Mogtara at 12s, the same price as Nidelp, with Raid Al Tabash at 12 to 1 as well. Mandabat Hillstone at 18 to 1, Azusa at 28 to 1, and Quantra at 40 to 1 is the outsider. So they've gathered down at the post, again 1400 metres the journey in front of the field this time. And Abea, the market leader here, has had the 2 starts, and there was drastic improvement from that first run to the second, when winning nicely. That was back in August at Taif, and Rate's probably the one to beat off the back of that effort. Although I think Mumtera could go quite well, the 4-horse here. She's pretty speedy, and she's run a good second in each of her last 2 races. Alexis Marino, who's taking the ride, seeking a treble on today's card, and certainly one to be considered as well, I feel here. And what about the top horse, Bleak, who was a last time out winner? That was at Taif. That was a real promising effort as well, I think, going forward. The form of this filly. It did drift off a little bit at one point, but 2 good second places followed by that win, I think, just enhanced the idea that she's in fine fettle at the moment. Might find this field a bit harder to dominate though, although she is well drawn in stall number 3, Ayad Al Tarisi taking the ride. At the post then here, there's the 8 going through shot, Fayal Moghtara, probably the second string here for the Red Stable. Fayal Moghtara, who isn't the most consistent and struggled ultimately over 1600 metres at Taif last time out. And as you can see from Fayal Moghtara's form figures, just a little bit in and out, 8.3020. It might well be the turn for one of her better runs today, but it will need to be in order to render her competitive in this. Green cap there, Abea, just going through shot. Camilo Ospina taking the ride on Abea. And as we said, that second career win, or second career outing, which resulted in a win last time out, it looks to be the best piece of recent form in this field. And the runners very shortly will be going behind for this 7th race on the card. Officially we are now less than a minute from post time. So this is a locally bred fillies contest. Fillies who have won up to 2 races so far in their careers. And the field are about to head forward for this 7th race on the card. There in shot is Oblique and also Mumtera, Alexis Marino. He's carrying the first set of the Red Stable colours here with the red cap. As you can see there, the distinguishing white cap for Fayal Moghtara. Oblique heading forward now with Mumtera as well. And the loading up process is underway for this, the 7th race on the card. Mandabat Hillstone heading in, along with Raid Al Tabasha. And there are a couple of others out of line as well, including Jcsa with Adel Al Faradi, champ on board here. That one will be coming out of stall number 10. And it looks like Abea and Camilo Ospina are to slot in as well. That one just lingering out the back somewhat. There is Abea, but a short price here now, 5-4 to oblige. Certainly looks well. And this son of, or daughter I should say, of Premium Tap is, I think, likely to be going pretty close here. The white headgear of Nidelp still out of line as well. So a handful more. They're loading up, just taking a little while here, as we can see Abea out of line, but nice and calm here. Not too sure what the hold-up is, as out of line here, Jcsa, Adel Al Faradi. Also out is Nidelp, and yeah, we've just got 4 of them out the back here, just circling at the moment, with seemingly no great urgency to get them forward. I just wonder whether we've got a horse in the stalls maybe playing up somewhat, and maybe the 8 horse here, Fayal Moghtara, or is it the 4, Mumtera, just coming out of the stalls. Yeah, they're actually taking the runners out of the stalls here, so there is some sort of issue over in Riyadh here ahead of this 7th race. They had loaded the vast majority of the field, but that's now grinded to a complete halt, and if anything is in reverse here, because the runners who were in, the vast majority of them have been taken out, unless they just mixed them up. It wouldn't be the first time they've done that here today. There was a horse who went into the wrong stall earlier on, only to be taken out and then popped into the correct one. But now it seems like the loading is back underway, and with some conviction as well. So hopefully not too much more of a delay. Abea, 5-4 favourite here on the international betting front. Jcsa heading in with Abea. Green cap for Abea. Camilo Ospina taking the ride. And already we're down to the final couple, Mandabat Hillstone and Oblique. So the winners of up to 2 races here, the locally bred fillies. 1400 metres, finally we're set. They're lined up. And it looked like we were ready for action. We might be now. They're off. They jump away and out well towards the inside Quantra from stall 1. Favourite Abea the green cap, and out a bit wider Fayal Moghtara as they settle themselves down, with Oblique just up in behind them, and up towards the outside the grey Nidelp, and they're being followed by Mumterra, who's a little wider out on the track. At this stage, Azusa is well back in the ruck, so too is Raid Altabasha, as they now race on towards the end of the far straight. Jcsa is up towards the outside, has got a few more ahead than behind, but has work to do. They're on the home turn, being led by Nidelp. At a big price here, a length or so to the good over Abea in second place, who's now gently being woken up. And then a little wider out, Oblique in the red and black colours is moving well. It's getting a bit more urgent now for Abea back in third. Mumterra travelling well. She's in fourth place under treble-seeking Alexis Marino, now taking third and off in pursuit of the leading pair, as they now swing on into the home straight and on towards the final 200 metres. And taking over here, it is Oblique. Oblique has gone to the front, with Mumterra now sent off in pursuit. One who's running home strongly, Jcsa, down the wide outside here, likely to play a serious part in this finish. They're racing down inside the distance, and it is Oblique hanging tough from Mumterra. Jcsa still coming at them down the outside. 3 of them. It could go any one of 3 ways here. Mumterra now getting to Oblique. Here's Jcsa down the outside. Mumterra down the centre. Mumterra gets up to win. Never near a Jcsa down the outside. Oblique over to the inner, and those 3 pulled well clear. Maybe Nidelp through for 4th. Mumterra, Alexis Marino enjoying a fine day in Riyadh, has come home ahead here after a thrilling battle with Oblique, and it wouldn't have been too much longer before Jcsa was right on terms with them. But a well-deserved pat down the neck there for Mumterra from jockey Alexis Marino. As I say, it's a 3-timer for him on the Riyadh card today, and scores in a time of 1 minute 31.78 seconds, and just manages to last it out. It was close for second and third, with Jcsa and Adel Al-Faradi running home very, very strongly down the outside. Was it enough to grab the second off Oblique? We're just waiting for official confirmation. Mumterra, though, home in front and has scored narrowly. Good day for Alexis Marino. As I say, that's his 3rd winner on the card. Mumterra doing this from stall number 7 and has managed to score in the Prince Faisal colours that we see all over the world. And as I say, it is officially very close for the 2nd and 3rd positions, which hasn't yet been confirmed by our judge. But Mumterra has come home ahead and will be very shortly greeted into the winner's circle. Full result to follow on our screens, but it is Mumterra who lands at race 7 in battling style.
الله يبارك فيك حبيبي. الله يحييك. معليش بس. الله مطلق. شلونك؟ معليش بس. يلا هلا حمود. الله يحييك. كيف الحال؟ الله يرضيك. شلونك طيبين؟ انا اخوك. الله يحييك. كيف الحال؟ بالله وجهه اسود جدا. لا ما صبحت. يقول لي واحد ولد في وجهك اسود. شوي وانا اخوك معليش. مبروك عليك. انا حط موبيل مبروك عليك يا وزين. تقدر تلحق دولتين. مبروك. لف يا نور. اوه حسن. لا تسووا زحمه لا تسووا زحمه. ما تصور تسوي زحمه. محمد
يلا معانا شباب 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 شباب.
والله جميعا مبروك يا سامي.
الله يبارك فيك.
ابو عدنان ابو عدنان والله حي سوينا متمسك
على والله وطلع مبروكين الجميع.
ايام والله حي تعال محمد خليني اضرب معك
اوكي لكس عبد العزيز
Runners now making their way to post for race 8. This is a locally bred horses contest, winners of 0 to 2 races. And we have a full field of 9 due to face the starter. In shot there, Min Shan, the white headgear, and on the international betting market, Min Shan is the favourite. Currently at 11 to 8, with Mjid Alanaya at 9 to 4, Jadil at 130, with Robot at 13 to 2, 16 to 1 at Bayrak Al Jabriya, and it's 20 to 1 and upwards at the other runners. So they're heading down to the start here. 1400 metres again, the entrance to the back straight is where they're gathering. And Min Shan, the market leader, as we were saying here, at odds of 11 to 8. And Min Shan, who looks to be on the improve, I think it's fair to say, comes here in winning form and actually was ahead of Jadil when they met. That was a couple of outings ago. Jadil, partnered by Alexis Marino, seeking his 4th winner on the card. And he ran nicely, did Jadil, last time out, finishing 3rd. He's quite a keen-going sort. The prelims for him, I think, quite important. Alexis Marino will be hoping to keep a lid on things here with Jadil. But from stall 3, I think he's probably one of those who's going to put the pace to the race. It's a case whether or not he'll last home. The 8 horse in shot there, Anna Al-Bahi. Salman Al-Rashid taking the ride, being followed round by Aine Zawi under Hamza Saad. But 9 runners here. Might not be the most competitive of heats. Mjid Alanaya certainly needs respecting, though, with Adel Al-Faradi, who suffered a near miss in one of the earlier races, on board. And this one has had the 5 runs so far and has won 2 of them. Mjid Alanaya, I think, looks a big player here. Mjid Alanaya, who won a cup contest here back last season. 8 months off the track. It's just a case of whether or not he's going to be fit enough to do himself justice against 1 or 2 who have already run in fairly recent times. But he's got the plum draw here to run from in stall 1. And as I say, if Jadil pushes the pace along, Adel Al-Faradi, he's always good at positioning his horses here. He might just get a nice slot in behind in an attempt then to pick up Jadil in the latter stages of the race. We shall see at the post here, and they'll be loading up at any moment for this 1400 metre contest. We've got an open race coming up after this. That'll be our longest of the day, over 1800 metres. And we then finish with 3 1600 metre contests. As I say, just one more big field really. That will be in race 11. I think we've got a full field of 20 in that, but all of the others around about half that. So the last race, quite a small field, so might make it easier to find a winner here. They're about to load up then for this 9th race. There's the 2, Min Shan going through shot, keeping nice and calm down at the start. And like Mjid Alanaya, is 2 from 5 in his career so far, Min Shan. I suppose the draw is a little bit of a negative, but I think in these instances, when you're drawn wide and you're beginning at the entrance to the back straight, at least you've got a little bit of time to try and tack across here. It's not as if you're going straight into a bend. Min Shan will have a nice long back straight in front of him before that left-handed turn, which will bring them on towards home. So the loading up about to commence. Can Alexis Marino get a 4-timer? Even if he doesn't here, I think he does have chances remaining. Indeed, will be on Hafa Al-Kalam in the next race, but yeah, in flying form at the moment. Mohamed Al Nassar doesn't ride in this race. He's also enjoying a really good day. Loading up then here. Heading forward is Anna Al-Bahi, Salman Al-Rashid slotting in stall number 6. And there is the favourite Min Shan on the international betting market, is trading at 11-8 as the loading up process continues. Yellow noseband of Mitolea still out of line, about to go forward, along with Robot, who's got one of the biggest white faces in world racing, I'd say. You won't miss him in the run. Louis Morales on board, will be coming out of stall 8. Final couple then, heading into line. 9 runners here for this winners of 0 to 2 races. And we are just about ready. Just stall number 7 now. In goes Bayrak Al Jabria. Robot getting a little bit restless in stall 8. Flags are up, they're off. They jump away and breaking out fairly well in these early stages. Amjid Alanaya over towards the inside, with up there as well Lilma Ali, and out a little bit wider on the track is Mitolea, followed by Jadil in the red colours, who now tucks in behind them. Aina Zawi is up around the outside, deeper still to Minshan, the green cap. Following those, towards the end of the back straight, Bayrak Al Jabria. On the very wide outside is Robot, as they now leave the far straight behind them. Anna Al-Bahi in danger of becoming quite remote. It is Aini Zawi in the light blue, coming through to, at the very least, disputed. Mjid Alanaya down along the inside, and Mitolea up in between them. They're tightly grouped. On the outside in the green cap is Minshan, being chased by old foe Jadil. And then Robot, blue sleeves on the outside, who's looking to come into it, as they're now heading back on into the home straight, less than 400 to run. And Minshan under Camilo Ospina cruises on into a 1.5 length lead. Robot giving chase down the outside of Jadil. Mjid Alanaya keeping on only at the 1 pace. Aini Zawi is fading, and then running on a little bit is Bayrak Al Jabria down the outside, but this leader's away and gone. Minshan is going to record a 3rd career success, and with every stride is coming further and further away in the hands of Camilo Ospina, and it's going to be Minshan running out a fluent winner. Wins by a long way. 2nd place will be Bayrak Al Jabria, who was best of the rest, and they were chased in by Robot and Jadil, 3rd and 4th. Minshan, different gear, and lands the 8th race on today's card in Riyadh, and wins it in some style as well. That was a pretty potent turn of foot with less than 2 furlongs to go, and in the hands of Camilo Ospina, always had things under control from then on in. Good late work from Bayrak Al Jabria coming through to grab the 2nd in front of Robot and Jadil, who were 3rd and 4th. But Minshan looks to be an improving horse. He's a lightly raced individual. Clocks a time of 1 minute 30.26 seconds here today, but scores by just over 6 lengths from Bayrak Al Jabria and Robot. That was an impressive success. Minshan, all on his own, lands our 8th race.
لا كلام منطق والله. كذا شيء بالخاطر. بس انا زين صدق والله. هذا المفروض صار تصوير زين اصلا.
رجال لا تحدني ها.
لا تحدني ها. والله ترى كاميرتين. مانويل. خش.
خلي اللف لين يجي طلع. اللف لين يجي.
شباب خليكم قدام الفان كلكم ها.
ايه هذا جد.
باكر حبيبي. Say him Manuel from the studio with him. وقف بس تمام وقف. كلكم هناك كلكم محمد. محمد الله يسلمك. كملي. محمد الله يستر عليك. مبروك يا كملي.
Very good horse now.
4 seconds. His race
I'm very easy. We still need to only pushing a little bit. Short distance.
الله كريم.
Or maybe mile or so.
الله كريم.
مبروك كمليو. كارفي شكرا.
اوكي كمليو.
شكرا.
عبد العزيز
طلال. كويس. الحمد لله.
Just running a little bit behind time here in Riyadh ahead of our 9th race. Locally bred horses open contest, and this race to be run over 9 furlongs, 1 mile, 1 furlong, 1800 metres in metric terms. And we have for it a full field of 11 due to face the starter. They're making their way down. And on the international betting market, Hatha Al-Kalam is the 5-2 favourite, with Kalido at 130, Al-Mutayeb Sweet at 7-2, Alorja at 4-1, Naflatham at 11-2, and it is 16-1 bar those. So maybe only really half the field can seriously be considered for win purposes. And Hatha Al-Kalam is partnered by the 4-timer seeking Alexis Marino, and this one scored in really quite impressive style on the penultimate outing. That was back in February, and goes up in trip. A further 200 metres today. The 2 wins for this son of Teletext have both come over 1600 metres, but going down to post nice and calmly, and it looks to be a real player here. But there are others, and maybe the danger is going to be Kalido, with Tharbal Timiat taking the ride. Kalido, who is horse number 2, stays well, very consistent individual, and he's been kept busy in recent times as well. He's not actually finished out of the first 2 in 4 of his last 5 races, this horse, so from stall 1, the plum draw, he is likely to again be very competitive here. And as I say, he has race fitness on his side, so those who are returning off summer breaks, Kalido, I think, could well expose any weaknesses that may be there. One who's tied in with Kalido on the runs at Tythe throughout the course of the summer is horse number 4, Al-Mutayeb Sweet, who's another fairly well considered in the betting. There's only won 1 from 13, often places this horse, coming out of stall 5, probably not quite as forward going or progressing necessarily as 1 or 2 potentially will here, but even so, it wouldn't be a great surprise to see Al-Mutayeb Sweet get involved here. And this one currently 3rd favourite at odds of 7-2. Runners then heading behind, 2 in the race for King Abdullah bin Aziz's sons here, the white stable. We have Alorja and Naflatham. Alorja in the green cap. Naflatham will be having the jockey wear the red cap, Rayan Altuesh, as they continue to go behind. There's Kalido in the diagonal stripes of red and white, about to take up position. There aren't too many more now experienced runners here in the main, and the last couple heading into the stalls. Racing over 1800 metres this time, 1 mile and a furlong, set and off. They jump away, and breaking out well is Al-Mutayeb Sweet, will be one of the first to show, with prominent as well Kalido. It looks a fairly gentle early gallop, with up around the outside Hatha Al-Kalam in the red colours now coming through to take it up, and it is at the end of a furlong Hatha Al-Kalam moving on. With up towards the outside Muaines in the blue cap, and in the green cap Alorja is also fairly handy. Al-Mutayeb Sweet is just up in behind them. Kalido runs the rails. Motashaib is on the wide outside the yellow sleeves and now coming forward as they race halfway down the back straight. Naflatham is in the second half of the field at present, along with Dale Al-Hajaz. There's a little break then back to the others, with Motawalia well back in the field, and so too Saif Alalia, as they now make the journey onto the end of the far straight. Zakat Al-Matar, another one with a few more in front than behind. Hatha Al-Kalam then under the 4-timer seeking Alexis Marino, being kept honest to the outer by Motashaib. They are the leading pair. They're followed around the home turn by Al-Mutayeb Sweet, who's up along the inside of Alorja and Muaines. Kalido off the bridle back in behind those, is just plummeted a few places as they're now making the journey back on into the home straight, and Hatha Al-Kalam is going strongly here in the red jacket. Still just a neck away on the outside is Mota Sheeb, with closing them down now. Zakat Al-Matar has made up plenty of ground down the outside and is coming there very strongly under Fawaz Al-Shamari, who now presses the button and tries to commit for home and gets a good response as well. Zakat Al-Matar into the lead past Hatha Al-Kalam, who can only muster up the one pace. Sticking on is Muainiz, and then down the wide outside, Naflatham also getting rolling late, but it looks too late here. Zakat Al-Matar in front, a slightly dwindling advantage close home, but has enough in the tank to score. From in second, Muainiz, with down the outside Naflatham through for third, and Loja in the same ownership was fourth. Zakat Al-Matar is home in front, and this individual has sprung, it must be said, something of a surprise. 0 from 17 coming into today. Where did that performance come from? But in the hands of Fawaz Al-Shamari, travelled really well into the contest and has managed to see it out strongly enough. And wins in a time of 2 minutes, 0.23 seconds. Zakat Al-Matar, what a way to celebrate your 18th. 18th time lucky here, Zakat Al-Matar. But as I say, likely to return a pretty sizable price. I think may have actually been the outsider of the whole lot here. Beats Muainiz, who's through for second, and a length and a quarter between them. Naflatham was back in third, and they were followed home by Loja in fourth. Zakat Al-Matar then, this filly, has caused a real shock. Breaks her duck at the 18th attempt. Well done to all concerned.
الحين شوط التاسع.
لا علي وخر والله موجهك زين بس عاد. الله يبارك فيك بس الله يبارك فيك.
ناموس وعياد ناموس. ناموس وعياد.
طويل عمرك. الحمد لله ما حاولت اني انا اقسم لكن عايز اشوف وزن حاول تقعد يا رجل خلينا
صالح يعطيك العافيه صالح. ناموس وعياد ناموس. ناموس ناموس.
صالح يا رجال.
والله ما يستحسن الضربات ينزل عليك. وراك على شنو 600 ترى عشان سلمان بس طلب يتكا يخلي طول عمرك مبروك امشي بسم الله اوديك اوكي عادي
والله ما تنسى
عبد العزيز الرزق حلوك اسلام الله يبارك له والله تعال شلون انا مستلم في ذمتي
Runners on the way down for our penultimate, or 10th race I should say. We've got 3 to go, this and 2 more. And this is a local bred horses contest for those who have won up to 2 races in their careers so far. And it's for 4 and 5-year-olds at this time, so the slightly older brigade getting their chance. 1600 metres is the journey in front of the runners, and Lilelem, short price favourite here on the international betting market at 8 to 11, with Armadi at 4 to 1, Teajib at 5 to 1, Takni at 9 to 1 with Akid Alanaya, and then Yakailhom at 11 to 1. And then after those, there's a big break in the prices to the others, 33 to 1, and upwards the other runners. Gathering down at the post for this 12-runner affair, it's a full field. And Lilelem, Camilo Ospina looking for a double. And this son of Premium Tap has won 2 of his 5 starts so far, and looks to have very strong claims here in registering a 3rd career success. A course and distance cup winner last season, actually went on to finish 4th in a Group 1 as well, so it's good form and looks to win, and I think win nicely here with regards a view to what's to come later on in the season. I think if it was a case of job done today, there's probably going to be a bit more sparkle from Lilelem as this season progresses, but rightly up at the head of the market here, and it should take quite a bit of beating. If there's any shortcomings, maybe Armadi will be the one who capitalises here. Horse number 2 does stay Lilelem, but has got the 4-timer seeking Alexis Marino on board, which is no doubt going to count as a big positive. He's had a real cracking day today, has Alexis Marino, as they are down at the post. They'll be going forward shortly. Others worthy of consideration, particularly when you consider it is 4 to 1 bar 1 at 5 to 1 Teajib. Teajib mildly interesting as well, with Muhammad Al-Shamari taking the ride. 11 runs, 2 wins. The problem with this one of late is that the form just hasn't been all that inspiring, and has really struggled of late, but a 2 times course winner, and I think if able to bounce back around here, hasn't been very good at Taif of late, but if bouncing back around here could be good enough perhaps to sneak into the frame. And they're about to load up. A reminder once again, this is for locally bred horses who have won up to 2 races in their careers so far. Takni in shot, horse number 7. Khalid Al-Mamoni on board, 1 from 16 at this one so far. In shot here is the 12 horse, Hothamayer. Salman Al-Rashid in the saddle as they continue to load up. Takni just about to take up his position in the starting stalls. So a full field of 12 under the lights here in Riyadh for race 10 of 12. Still out of line the 10 horse as well. Najm Oscar, Abdullah Al-Kam is taking the ride. About to head forward now. Lilelem is also out of line as well. Will be slotting into stall 9. Drawn fairly wide, but likely to outclass this field, given the strength of that Group 1 race form not so long ago. They're off and racing, jumping away. One of the first ones to show, well, Matterhill is away well, so too Takni in the yellow-coloured jacket, and Najm Oscar on the right-hand side in the blue headgear probably holds the overall lead as they settle themselves down. Also in blue headgear then Matterhill. Now to the outside, Lilelem is taking closer order from that wider draw, and they're being pursued down the back straight by in behind runners at this stage are Maddy, who's over along the inside, with out a bit wider on the course at this point Teajib and also Rawajeh, and working back then to Jcsa and also Hoffermeyer as they now make the left-handed run out of the far straight. Hakim is right towards the back end of the field. So they're galloping left-handed, and as they do so, very quickly dropping back now Najim Oscar, and it is Lilelem who's come through into the lead and has done it fairly effortlessly as well. But it has close pursuers as they're on the home turn. Matterhill hasn't gone away, but is now being bumped along. Maybe the bigger danger up around the outside will be a Dower, who's made some nice progress, but is now 2.5 lengths behind Lilelem, who's going very strongly. And with 300 metres left to go, it is Lilelem and Camilla Ospina easing clear. No match all of a sudden, the tiring a Dower. And now off in pursuit down the outside is Jcsa from a long way back, together with the staying on Akid Alanaya. Having to be ridden out in the closing stages here, Lilelem, with Akid Alanaya staying on all the time. Lilelem in the end will be all out to prevail. Does so, but only 1.5 lengths clear at the line. Got a bit tired late. Akid Alanaya ran well. So too, down the outside, was Jcsa down the outside of the winner, that is. And a little break to the fourth. It's gone to Lilelem, a double for Camilla Ospina on the card. It was getting a little bit tetchy inside the final 50 yards as Akid Alanaya came with a strong finish, and so too Jcsa, but ultimately they weren't good enough to reel in Lilelem, who had this race won about 2 furlongs from home. Double on the card then for Camilla Ospina, and Lilelem gets away with it, wins in a time of 1 minute 45.95 seconds, and you'd imagine would come on a bundle for that run today as well. Justifying short-priced favouritism, 1.5 lengths clear at the line over Akid Alanaya, who's run home in second place, and not beaten far either. Jcsa back in third, a further neck behind. Favourite prevails, Lilelem, double on the card for Camilla Ospina, and there's likely plenty more to come from Lilelem as this season progresses.
محمد ولدن ما شاء الله الله تريدي شوف
صورة مبروك
مبروك الجميل تعالوا بارك فيك محمد الله يسعدك مبروك يا شباب مبروك يا جميل No, maybe 60%. Yeah. Yes, I had to. Alhamdulillah, well done. Alhamdulillah, boss.
كل لحظة.
We have a full 20 runner field contesting race 11 in Riyadh tonight. 3-year-olds only, 1600 metres on the dirt surface once again. Absentees here 21, 22, 23 and 24. The reserves effectively, they don't go. Montac, Louis Morales, taking the ride here for trainer Abdulaziz Al-Muteb, and is in at 9-4 on the international betting front, with Mashoub at 11-4, Avain at 9-2, Sassi Grafia at 15-2 with Hua Najid, Monfek at 9-1 along with Saudi Act, 16-1 Bryden and Crowned and Moth and Hasnan, then at 18-1, 25-1 Aiz Najid, Najm Al Masif and Jori Asal Haya and Reem Al Shark, 33-1 bar those. So Montac, who is number 9 on the card and drawn in at stall 6, comes here with seemingly fairly compelling claims. Hasn't yet won in 7 attempts, but did run quite well here back in March, and if able to reproduce that sort of effort here today, should go fairly close. Latest 2 runs has been fairly well beaten off though. But there are dangers, and Mashoub likely to prove popular. Mashoub with Alexis Marino looking for his 4th winner, and has had just the 1 run so far, finished 5th on that occasion. That was over 1400 metres back here in February, but ran on quite strongly at the end of that race, finished with purpose. And again, this, although plenty of runners, wouldn't necessarily be the strongest of heats, and Mashoub, with the man in form on his back, Alexis Marino, likely to go well here on just his 2nd start. Another man who's been in great form today, Muhannad Al Nassar, who's won 3, and he's on board Crowned. The issue with Crowned is the draw, I think, here, and it's not going to be easy to overcome. Stall number 19 is on debut as well, so it would have to be probably above average to take this on debut from that rather unfortunate starting position. And Moaf, who's another fairly handy in the betting, has had the 1 start so far, but was well down the field. But there was a bit of a reason for that. Was 14th of 16, but the start was a bit of a nightmare really. Got bumped pretty badly, and it was game over from a very early stage. So there was a bit of an excuse. Maybe a bit better can be expected from that one here today. They continue then to load the stalls for this penultimate race on the card. And the 11 horse heading forward here is Sassi Grafia, with Nawaf Al Firuz taking the ride. Another debutant here, this one though well drawn in stall number 2. Plenty of them out of line. Najm Al Masif, Ayad El Tarisi taking the ride, heading forward now into stall 17. Well beaten on the first race course outing. That was last time out. The Saudi Act about to head forward as well. 0 from 11 so far. Has gone close though once or twice, but on the whole I think you'd probably say the percentage call would be to oppose. Next to head forward will be Faza Al-Kafak, who is partnered by Ali Al-Mamoni. Has just had a couple of runs so far, but a couple of duck eggs next to its name. Well beaten on each occasion. Once again, the loading process here in Riyadh has been pretty slick, to say the least. We're down to the final couple to load up now, Yabdu and also Wafi Al-Jud, and then we'll be set to go for this 20-runner locally bred maiden. 1,600 metres spread out all over the track. Last one slots in, and we're ready. And they're off, jumping away. Mashoub has got out okay. Also, one of the first to show will be Teletexter Dream as they settle themselves down, but it is coming through here. Mashoub right along the inside as one of the front runners. Wafi Al-Jud is the grey horse prominent as well, and also Montac, the race favourite, up there, the blue sleeves, red cap. They're being followed by Saudi Act, who's not too far away, and nor in these early stages is Faz Al-Kafak, who's over towards the inside in the yellow cap. Plotting a wider course, Hasnan, the black sleeves with the white armlets and cap, and deeper still to Moaf as they head out of the back straight, and now taking over is Montac. Moves on by 3/4 of a length over Hasnan, who races second, and then Moaf up towards the outside back in third. Crowned on the wide outside in the blue and white colours is now up into 4th place. Back in behind those is Mashoub, who now needs a little bit more as they're making the journey left-handed back towards the entrance to the home straight. Vane is trying hard to run on next in the light blue and white, but they're on the home turn, and up ahead it is Moaf up towards the outside and through along the inside as they make the journey on down the straight. Montac, these two battling away at the moment. They're a couple of lengths in hand, with still running home well up towards the outside Crowned, and deeper still also trying to get involved later Vane, and Vane is really staying on strongly here and takes it up in the final few metres. Running on really strongly from a long way back is Hua Najid down the outside. It's going to be quite close at the line. Hua Najid got to within about a neck of a Vane, I think, and they were followed home by Crowned and Moaf over towards the inside. It was getting pretty desperate in the end, but Ivane has managed to hold off the late flourish of Hua Najid, who in the hands of Nawaf Al-Mudiani I think would have got there in a few more strides, but has just been held at bay by Ivane and Adel Al-Faradi. Seldom at these Riyadh meetings do Adel go without a winner, and well, it was looking like today he may, but has managed to get Ivane over the line in front in a time of 1 minute 46.17 seconds. Ivane, the winner, holds off Hua Najid, who really has charged home down the outside. It's done really well, actually, from stall 20. That was on debut as well. That was an eye-catching run. Mind you, the winner was drawn in 16. They've both done well. A neck between them. Crowned back in 3rd round well. Another big ride there for Muhammad Al-Nassar. And that one a further 2 lengths behind and in front of Moaf, who's finished in 4th. An exciting finish, and Ivane manages to last it out.
مبروك دقيقة بصور.
تسلم. تعال عشان تطلع بالصورة.
يطلع
طيب حمودي منصور ارتيد بالله.
والله نعطيهم من لحية ارتيد وهي حلها ارتيد.
مبروك.
الله يبيض وجهك.
والله بيض وجهك كان قول فعل والله الله يسعدك يبارك فيك.
الصور
الله يبارك فيك يا بعد شوي.
الله يبارك فيك ويطول عمرك.
الله يسعدك ويبارك فيك. بسم الله. ايه لا انت
And our final race on the Riyadh card today is for fillies who have won up to one race so far in their short careers, and it's only Hoa who is in stall number 3, treble-seeking Camilla Ospina taking the ride, who has got that previous win under her belt, but there isn't much experience to go on. Amirat Alanaya is a newcomer, so too Dalal Al Farhad, and also Yomna. Tafared has had 2 runs, definitely showed improvement from the first run to the second, and Rosa has had a couple of runs as well, but has been down the field on each occasion. Just a small field of 6 to finish the night off here, and Hauer is the 5-6 favourite, with Tafared at 9-4. This is the betting on the international markets, with Amirat Alanaya at 9-2, Yomnar at 14-1, Dalal Al Farhad at 16-1, and Amrosa at 25-1, the outsider. So they shortly will be heading behind for this closing race, and Hauer's win came at Taif. Ran quite well on debut, over 1,400 metres, and then bettered that over 200 metres further last month, and likely to be running home strongly again here. But obviously, as a result of that win, does carry a couple of kilos more than all of her opponents here. Amirat Alanaya, second in the race card here, and Adel Al Faradi taking the ride. This is a newcomer, but probably doesn't face the easiest of tasks on her racecourse introduction. Dalal Al Farhad, number 3, is another newcomer, and doesn't really make a great deal of appeal on paper, it must be said. And Rosa has had 2 runs. They've both been at Taif in the summer. This is her Riyadh debut, but she needs to improve quite a lot here in order to figure. And then Tafared, who's not the biggest, but only just lost out at Taif last time out. Looks the main danger to her, however. And Yomna, unraced. Tongue-tie on for this debut, and it might just be that a longer trip further down the line suits better given her breeding. But the runners are at the post for this concluding race. Big thank you for your company today on the English-speaking channel for the racing across in Saudi Arabia at Riyadh, the first meeting of the season here. We've been at Taif for a good couple of months now, but Riyadh taking over and going all the way through until early next year. Every Thursday, Friday and Saturday, do be sure to come along and join us. And this final race, they are circling. We're not too far off the scheduled off time for the closer. And they're about to head behind. Amirat Alanaya looking well down at the start. Adel Al Faradi looking for a final couple of races double, which could be achievable. Amirat Alanaya will have to run big here on this racecourse introduction in order to figure, but you certainly wouldn't rule that out. And as I say, they're about to head behind for this 12th and final race. And we are at post time. Hauer on the international betting market, 5-6 favourite. Tafared at 9-4. Amirat Alanaya at 9-2. 14-1 about Yomna. Dalal Al Farhad at 16-1. And Amrosa at 25-1. There is Hauer about to take up her position in the stalls. There's Yomna by McLean's Music, American sire, and out of blue, and will be coming out of stall number 1, which might not be a bad thing here, but we'll need to make use of it. The experienced runners, well, Hauer's coming out of stall 3, and Tafared coming out of stall 2, so they're going to be to the immediate outside of Yomna here. going behind them for this final race of 12. Best of luck, and we're down to the last 3, I think, to load up here. And then we'll be ready for this final race of the night. Yomnar still out of line, just following Tafared forward. So just one more now, Yomnar, with Abdul Rahman Wanas taking the ride. Just looking a little bit wary over what's about to happen here. But now she's heading in the right direction. They're so well trained at home, these horses, at getting into the stalls. They do put some jurisdictions to shame. We're ready. Lined up. Long hold. Now, is there a slight issue here? Yeah, looks like. Oh, yeah, sitting down in stall 4, Dalal Al-Farhad. Maybe spoke a bit soon about them being so well behaved. They've gone in well. They've been going in well all day. But yeah, in the stalls, Dalal Al-Farhad has just sat down. And we'll see whether or not Dalal Al-Farhad gets another chance to load. Is heading back around behind the stalls, which is an obvious move, really, but will they go without her? I think they're going to go without her. Dalal Al-Farhad then a late withdrawal set. Flags are up, field down to 5, and they're off and racing. Amirat Alanea was slow to break, and through the early stages, it is Erhawa, the race favourite, on the outside here, the green cap, with through along the inside Yomnar, who knows her job on this debut run, takes them along together with Tafared, who's going a bit keenly. They are 3 to 4 lengths in front now of Erhawa, racing in third, then in the green Emrosa, and in the yellow Amirat Alanea. Down the back straight they go. Just trying to steady things down here, Louis Morales on Tafared up towards the outside of Yomnar. They are the leading 2. They're chased at some 5 lengths adrift by Erhawa racing in third, the only previous winner in the field, and then Emrosa around the outside and Amirat Alanea over towards the inner. So it is Tafared having her third race and leading them out of the back straight and on towards home. Now Erhawa begins to catch up and swiftly moves on past the weakening Yomnar to go into second place with around the outside Emrosa, and then Amirat Alanea, who has now demoted Yomnar to be the back marker, but Tafared's got them at it in behind here with 400 metres left to go. Tafared and Louis Morales, he now shakes the reins. Amirat Alanea, who was slow to break, gets a lovely dream run through along the inside and now makes her presence felt. Trying to dig in down the outer is Erhawa, but still a length and a half to find. Now can Tafared fend off Amirat Alanea? It's these two battling out the finish. Getting a bit tired against the rails, Amirat Alanea. Tafared back for more, sticking on tenaciously down the centre. It is Tafared and Amirat Alanea in a ding-dong tussle to our final race. It's going to go Tafared's way. Tafared it is. Half a length up at the line to Amirat Alanea, who made a good go of it on debut with back in third Erhawa. Tafared has been forced to work, but in the hands of Louis Morales, makes most of the running, got taken on down the home straight, but has shown really strong resolve there to get back up and maybe just outstayed Amirat Alanea in the final furlong, and goes on to win off the mark at the third time of asking. Tafared wins the final race of the night over at Riyadh and has scored by about half a length or so in the end, getting the better of Amirat Alanea with Erhawa, who held every chance that one back in behind them in third. Tafared, it is the winner of the finale.
خلي كذا بس لف كذا لا لف كذا ايوه
يا عيني يا عيني برضه مشكوك ظبطني
This is very good feeling inside. target من واحد. ألف مبروك. الله يهديك. بس خلاص. بس stop. يلا. شغل ما في سواء والله ما في شوف هذا طويل زياده هنا ما يقدر ليش فكت الفرقه الله يخرب بيتك والله ما اقدر انا افك الفرقه خربت الدنيا هنا مين يفك الفرقه هنا انه هذا يفك الفرقه الحمد لله حبيبي شكرا اوكي الحمد لله شكرا